Good morning, everybody. I understand there are a number of people here who have not attended before. Please, therefore, listen to what I am about to say with care. Today's proceedings are going to be transmitted over the live link, but only after a 15-minute delay. Those with mobile telephones may use them to report what they have heard in the hearing room, but only after 15 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're reporting. They may not be used for recording or photography. Yeah.
Mr. Dell, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah.
Before we start on a separate topic today, I just wonder if I can clarify a few things that arose from the hearing yesterday. Firstly, I asked you some questions about the investigation into HN16, and I suggested that I think HN49 was excluded from the investigations because it was suggested that he was close to HN16.
Yes.
It was my fault that I suggested it was HN49. In fact, it was DS Greeny that I should have put to you, which is HN52.
Yes.
DS Greeny, he was HN16's cover officer, is that right?
Yes.
And was he excluded from any investigation into HN16 because of the thought that he's probably too close to HN16?
No, everyone was. It was only 53 and myself kept it to ourselves. So everyone was excluded. Bernie Green wasn't picked out, selected.
Returning to what you said yesterday morning, when I was asking you about your involvement in the TSG,
Yeah.
you said there was always a special branch threat assessment when you were serving in the TSG. How did you know that?
No. Well, there was always a special branch threat assessment at every public order event, in which was organised and dealt with by TO20. And as a uniformed officer, you would hear the briefing officer read out the assessment. So everyone was aware of it.
How useful were those assessments?
They were more useful on the mood and temper of the people, what could be expected. The numbers, as I said yesterday, were just the subject of a lot of hilarity, but that was almost banter-type laughter. Oh yes, there you go, SB again. No, it was the mood we were interested in. Could we expect trouble or what?
And just to clarify, were you aware of any of that information coming from SDS specifically?
Oh, I had no idea at the time, no.
You said yesterday that, and it was in the context of you talking about Robert Marks's 1975 autobiography, about him jettisoning 440 corrupt officers.
Yes.
And that SB was the one outfit he could rely upon to keep their mouth shut.
Yeah.
You said some of us are so angry about the origins of this inquiry that people just cannot keep their mouths shut.
Yes.
Who were you referring to when you said that?
I'm glad you inquired about that. I was referring to my former colleagues. And I'm not saying they should have kept their mouths shut to pervert the course of justice. It's just the narcissistic urge to speak about your former job when you're supposed to be giving a university lecture. It's not very good tradecraft, is it? It's just that annoying thing. And that came from a person who was obsessed with the security, but chose to blab. That had nothing to do with the content of the inquiry, because I didn't know what shape or form the inquiry was going to take. My reaction was, what the heck has he said that for?
Are you talking? Who are you talking
Bob
about?
Lambert.
Anybody else who was angry about the origins of this inquiry?
I'm not talking about Peter Francis. I didn't know Peter Francis.
And have you spoken to others about the inquiry?
No, I haven't. I've spoken to two people since I retired. One of them I became friends with after we'd both retired. Nothing to do with the SDS. The second was a phone call from HN9 some years ago, worried about the effect of the stress of the inquiry on one of our closed officers, and intimating that perhaps I could see him get together, a bit welfare. And I said, no, for the obvious reasons, we shouldn't meet. And so in terms of meeting people, that was the top and the bottom of it.
And have you discussed your evidence with anybody else
No.
in any other way, over the telephone or anything like that, before giving your evidence?
I haven't met, I haven't communicated, not just about the inquiry, about anything.
The topic I'd like to move on to is Operation Lime, which was HN16's journey into France and the gun run.
France or fantasy?
Well,
Yes.
if we stick with France for now,
Right, yeah.
This was in January, beginning of 2001.
Yes.
HN16 went to France. He travelled there by car with the person we know as L3, who was given
Yes.
evidence to this inquiry
yeah.
at the end of last year. And it was based on the intention of L3 obtaining a gun from a person in France in order to use it against a hunt follower that the inquiry knows as L5, who'd injured L4 using a vehicle at a hunt saboteur incident.
Yes.
The plan, according to HN16, was for him and L3 to travel first to Bordeaux and then to Marseille, where they would meet with a person and obtain a gun, and then drive back to England, staying in a hotel, French hotel, overnight. L3, when he gave evidence to this inquiry, is that was the biggest thing that had happened to him in his life that he'd never heard of until last year.
Yes.
And he said the scary thing is, if caught, he would have been facing a term of imprisonment.
Yes.
What we understand about that Operation Lime is that the gun was intercepted at the French hotel
Yes.
overnight, when the car was supposedly broken into.
Yeah.
And it resulted in HN16 driving L3 back to England in a hire car without the gun.
Yes.
In summary, is
Yes.
that essentially what Operation Lime was?
Yes. Yeah.
And for the purposes of Operation Lime, HN16 DS James Thompson was known as Cotton Bud. That was his code name, was it?
Right. I can't remember that bit, but yes.
Okay. The inquiry understands that in his operation to infiltrate animal rights activist groups,
Yes.
his code name was Magenta Triangle.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
But for the purposes of Operation Lime and the gun run to France, his operation name, his code name was Cotton Bud.
Because I wasn't involved in the operation. That's the first I've heard it.
Because it was January 2001, as you say, you weren't involved in the operation, but you were in C Squad.
Yes.
Were you getting any of the intel reports at that time?
Oh, yes.
And you were aware, were you, that there was actually a dearth of reporting from DS Thompson around that time?
Yes. Yeah.
Did that cause you any concern at all?
Not at the time, because I was on E Squad and the recipient of the material, and I wouldn't particularly notice a fall-off in any source's product. But I think, as your documents show, I did notice that when I went on to the SDS, and it became apparent that, there wasn't basically any product of any value, and that the whole Operation Lime was simply followed on from 58 and 53's discussions with him about beginning his extraction from the SDS. Your time's up. And of course he didn't want to go. And so this was invented, as you know from other evidences, this was invented to prolong his stay.
Can we have on screen, please, MPS 075 0001 is behind tab B77. what we understand as part of the investigation into DS Thompson was that there was a schedule of reports created that set out his reporting from around this time.
Yeah.
This happens to be a report that wasn't included in that schedule. Just for the record, the reference of that schedule of reports is MPS 0748361, but I don't intend to bring that up. We can see here that the title is Cotton Bud, which refers to his code name and Operation Lime. It says SDS use only. Is this the sort of thing that would have crossed your desk in C Squad?
No.
Is this the sort of thing that would have not made its way out of the SDS office?
That's right.
And what was the reason for that? Why did some intel reports remain within the SDS and not go to the customers?
I'm having to second guess why 58 did it that way. And I can't, but I can see the point of making a record of what went on separate from the actual operation file. It gives you the option then, if should anyone ask to see something about it, you can show them either this or depending on their needs, you'd show them the whole file. I'm guessing, of course, but it doesn't have a report number and it says SDS use only. So I'd be second guessing why 58 did it that way.
Okay. Would one reason be so that it wouldn't be disclosable in court proceedings if this operation had come to be prosecuted?
No, because there was no. I mean, I wasn't involved in the operation, but as I was involved with discussing with 58 and 53 how we should develop what appeared to be Thompson's intelligence and how we would deal with it. And the overriding principle was this is not in any shape or form going to court. And that's what 58 and 53 came to bounce ideas off me for, just to see if we could get the best out of it. And my answer was, no, you were right first time. We can't go anywhere with it. We've just got to disrupt it.
MPS 0004924, please. It's behind tab B62. This is a general overview of Operation Lime. If we can go to page 6, please. We can see your name, penultimate name on the record,
Yeah.
contact point in the UK.
Yeah.
Were you part of the Operation Lime UK support team?
No, but I had knowledge of the operation. I had knowledge of what they were going to do. I didn't have a knowledge of the operational detail.
Okay. So is that why the report we just looked at wouldn't have come to C Squad?
No.
Only
no.
certain
Yes.
information would be sent up
Yes.
to you?
They were speaking to me, not to C Squad. And they were speaking to me, again, with my previous experience with informants.
So your involvement here as a contact point in the UK wasn't as your DCI role in C Squad, it was you personally
Yes.
with having the background that you did?
Yes, if the commander's saying what the heck's going on and he can't contact the other two, here's a third point, who can tell you?
Had you been tipped to be the person that took over at SDS Squad a few months later by this point? So this is
No.
January 2001 and
No.
you joined the SDS as manager in May of 2001?
No.
Okay. In your view, what further investigation should there have been into Operation Lime at the time, given your evidence is, well, we were sceptical about it at the time?
I wasn't sceptical because I'm on C Squad and they're just coming to bounce ideas off me about the participating informer. Can we run it, let it run and arrest them? No, as they appreciated themselves, no, it's too dangerous. We've got to disrupt it. And that was the end of mine. I had no idea it was a complete scam because he was Jim Thompson on the SDS, and that's all I knew.
Okay, so not until you joined the SDS, and
Yes.
the point at which you went to Indonesia, is that when you started to look back at Operation Lime and start to think, hang on a minute, all of this is a
when
nonsense.
53 started digging around, that's when it came out.
At what level was Operation Lime authorised? Do you recall?
The documentation would tell you, but it would be the commander at least.
And is that because it involved a gun across international borders?
Yes, and it's just the very fact of travelling to another jurisdiction. That would be sufficient for commander authority.
And was there a contingency plan in place in the event that the gun did make it back into the country in the hands of an activist?
I don't know, I can't remember, because I had no role in the operational planning.
The inquiry is aware of numerous documents that outline anticipated criminal proceedings against L3 arising from Operation Lime, and it's noted that most of these arise after HN16 has been to Indonesia. So if we look at MPS 0719701, at page 4, please. And we can see on the top paragraph, first paragraph, we can see reference here to Operation Cotton Bud and reference to other force involvement. And
Is Bernie
research
Greeny
progress.
the author of this?
We can have a look at the end, please, in terms of the date of the report as well. I'm not too sure who is the author of this. It dates from the 19th of the 10th, 2001.
I mean, it probably would, because I know he worked closely with him on the extraction thing.
Right. Can we also have up, please, MPS 0719790? So this is from the same date. This is a report by you, or a file note by you.
Yeah.
And there's reference, you can see in the first paragraph, to a CID investigation.
Yes.
And discussion about, you say you banged on again about the overriding duty not to mislead a court, and explained for Magenta Triangle the issues surrounding revelation and disclosure.
Yeah.
So was that something that was very clear at the forefront of your mind as to what on earth was going on if there was going to be a prosecution in relation to this?
Yes, and not only in my mind, but in everybody else who worked with me. That's the phrase I banged on again about it.
Is it fair to say then that there was contemplation, if not by you, then at least by others, that this operation was going to run and potentially conclude with a prosecution against L3?
No. No.
What was your discussion then around disclosure and revelation and a CID investigation?
Well, I explained to Magenta Trial the issues surrounding revelation and disclosure. I know what that is, but I can't think what the context was. But there's certainly no question at all of going anywhere near a court.
MPS 0007241 might assist. A couple of weeks later, we've got another report from the 6th of November 2001, again written by you, and you're briefing Colin Black.
Yeah.
regarding the developments in the L5, L4 matter. So that's obviously the ongoing trial for, I think it was GBH against L5, and
Right.
who assaulted L4 with a vehicle. And Colin Black is mindful of revelation or disclosure. And should that say if? If Suze agreed that MT should be withdrawn from L2 and L3's discussions,
Probably,
re
yeah.
L5 as soon as practicable. So this is in relation to the investigation of L2 and L3 acquiring the gun from France to have a revenge attack against L5. Is that right?
I'm very much aware of that. I'm just getting a bit confused about the relationship to court proceedings.
Okay.
It's the passage of time, but there's certainly no intent in Operation Lime anywhere for that to go to court. And the only court proceedings are probably the ones you were referring to about the assault, which again I don't recall because it was before my time, but that would be the only court proceedings that we were speaking about.
This note is dated the 6th of November 2001,
Yeah.
so we know that is when you're in charge of the SDS,
Oh, yes.
and it's post HN16 going to Indonesia.
Yes, I just can't remember, you see, what the events with L1 to 5 or whatever had occurred
They all
before
took
me.
place, yeah.
I don't have the story in my mind.
In terms of what was happening around this time, we can see in paragraph 2 that there's a discussion with Alan Mitchell,
Yeah.
MPOIU, the National Public Order Investigation
Well,
Unit.
it should read, it discussed with Alan Mitchell, MPOIU progress, not Alan Mitchell, MPOIU.
I see.
He was in charge of both the SDS and the MPOIU, but he sat above them.
I see.
So I've not made that clear in the way I've expressed that.
That's all right. I mean, it's a file note, so it's not particularly detailed. But
Right.
what was happening? Can you help us with what was happening with Alan Mitchell in terms of information that the SDS had, and any crossover with MPOIU and their inquiries into the activities of L2 and L3, the activists?
I can only go to the sentence, we agreed that MT, and deduce from that there is some other investigation which linked to my desire to get Thompson off the unit as soon as I could. There was some other investigation into the L2s and 3s, which might pull him in it if he were to stay in his operation. I'm only deducing that because I just can't remember what the actual facts were and what caused me to have that fear. But it was the same principle. We don't want him going anywhere near a court, whether it's Lyme or an MPOIU job or whatever.
Can we have?
sorry.
Sorry, if you haven't finished, carry on.
Yes, sorry.
MPS 0007389 behind tab B94. This is a further note in relation to Magenta Triangle and his extraction.
Yeah.
It's dated, if we can go to the end. It's not dated on the face of the document, but we understand it's from the 27th of November 2001.
And this would be likely to be Bernie Greenie again.
Right. Page 2, please. We can see at the very top MT's removal from close involvement with Operation Cotton Bud 2. This would no longer appear to be practicable. Despite several meetings on the subject, no alternative strategy for instigating an operation against the principal protagonists has been initiated to the knowledge of this officer. The principal protagonists being L2 and L3.
Yeah.
It suggests that there is still some criminal investigation going on in relation to those two people, despite there being, at least in your mind, am I right to say that but by this time you're thinking this is a scam, this is James Thompson,
Yeah.
and he's made all of this up?
Yes.
Were there any steps taken by you or others that you're in discussion with at this time to call off the investigation into L2 and L3, knowing that this is just not...
Yeah. I'm not sure what the investigation was, you see. I didn't write this, and I mean, it's perfectly well written, but I don't know to what it's referring.
Is it not referring to Operation Cotton Bud, which was his code
yes,
name in
but-
Operation Lime? Isn't it referring to that?
Yes, it is, but how does that connect to investigations into L2 and L3?
Is it because James Thompson had said that they're the ones that were acquiring the gun in order to use it against L5?
Yes, I'm trying to place this in the chronology of the actual Operation Lime coming in. This is the October of, is it 2000 or 2001?
This is November 2001.
So it's well after Lime.
Yeah, so Lime was January 2001,
January,
so it's
yeah.
a good 10 months later.
I don't know. I mean, I just don't know. Because we had disrupted the operation, the gun plot, if you like. So there was nothing to rope anybody into investigations regarding that. We had decided that a disruption was the order, much the same as any other squad would. Pull the plug. It's getting too dangerous. They couldn't, 58 and 53, couldn't allow the operation to go on because it would mean a gun. If it was actually a real thing, not a scam, the gun would be in possession of someone who we obviously couldn't control. You just can't do that. You have to pull the plug beforehand. So I'm trying to see how this links into investigations against L2 and L3. I can't put it together.
Was the criminal investigation against L2 and L3 allowed to run in order to protect the security of the SDS operation?
No.
And in that way leave L2 and L3 at risk of prosecution in order to protect HN16?
No, I don't remember that. And Bernie Green is saying no alternative strategy for instigating an operation against the principal protagonist has been initiated. That's my stance. So what those two inquiries were, it would be entirely pointless to disrupt an operation and then to try and go backwards and rope a couple of people in as conspirators. So it must be something else. And I connected, but I just don't know what it is.
Can we look, please, at MPS 0719717? It's behind tab B121. Yes.
He ought to be referred to MPS 0719814. This is your note.
Yes.
When you discovered that he had not told you the truth about going to Indonesia.
Yes.
Just remind yourself of its contents. what was your frame of mind in the light of this note about his participation in Operation Lime at that time?
As the note makes clear, my position is that by that time, I had decided that he was telling a pack of lies, that the Operation Lime was a complete fabrication, and that he was playing the SDS along in order to extend his tenure.
Forgive me for interrupting.
Thank you. Yes, I think I asked for 0719717 to be brought up. This is a report or a file note from 15th of April 2002 in relation to that firearm. And we can see that it's there had been a disclosure about halfway down the second paragraph. The name is redacted out. Blank then said that MT had told them that when MT was on protection duties, a principal had given him a handgun as a token of gratitude.
Yeah.
MT had apparently sought permission to keep it as a gratuity, but had been refused, possibly because of the timing of the request around the time of the Dunblane shootings in 1996. MT did not return the gun, but took it to France and stored it in a deposit box. Given that information, why then did that not trigger your thinking around, or did that trigger your thinking around criminally prosecuting or HN16 or referring him for disciplinary action?
For possession of a firearm?
Yeah.
No.
And
No,
why
I
was
mean, that would have been what you sometimes accuse us of laddering. It's not really central to the main thing of the operation, which that it was an entire scam. And this officer is coming to me and saying, just to let you know that we agree, this is it. But he didn't know how much 53 and I knew, so he thought this might be helpful. But it told us, yes, it told us where he got the gun from, and it provides an additional piece of evidence against Thompson, but it wasn't fundamental.
Would it have been classed as an unauthorised firearm?
Yes.
Did you ask DS Thompson whether the gun recovered did belong to him?
I can't remember what time or when, until the document appears, that we confronted him with the whole charade or charade.
I think you say in your witness statement at paragraph 250A that I did not ask James Thompson whether the gun recovered in Operation Lime had been his own, and nor did he tell me anything about being given a gun.
Forgive me, why did you ask me then something which you know?
Well,
you know better than I what I said.
Yeah. Did you not think about asking him? Why was it that you didn't ask him?
You extract a piece of paper from an ongoing operation. I'm sorry, I'm not being personal. The question does that and asks me what I felt at a particular time in that operation 24 years ago. I can't answer that. The issue of prosecuting for an illegal possession of a firearm, as I see it, is law school knowledge and reasoning question. Identify all the offences in this circumstance. It fits there. But in the reality of, I thought, was the bigger offence of his entire deception, which characterised his operation. This was a detail. And if we had charged him for that, it would be because that was the only little tiddler we had left. So no, I didn't. But that would have been the reason.
We can see that HN3 was to see this note, so both you and HN53 were privy to this information. Did this information go further up the chain as well? I'm not going to present a piece of paper where it shows who this went to, because I don't think we have evidence of that at this time.
Yeah. I would imagine Colin Black would have been briefed orally, because when I say that 53 and I kept it to ourselves, we obviously didn't keep it from Colin Black.
Would it have gone further up? Would Roger Pearce have been aware of this?
He might have done.
In terms of investigating this sort of behaviour by James Thompson, was it part of the discussion at the time that the Directorate of Professional Standards should be brought in terms of investigating corrupt officers within the MPS?
53 and I expected that would be the outcome of the investigation. I understand from looking at the evidence now in the Chitty case, or hearing it, that they somehow managed to keep that in-house, I think.
By in-house, you mean within Special Branch?
Yeah. Had we got to that point, that issue had been raised, I can't speculate. But we both expected that. As I said yesterday, Colin Black said, no, we're not going that route. I felt we should. But on reflection, I would have made, in his position, I would have made the same decision. His decision was right, and you've heard it before. You blow up the whole unit just to nail Thompson down.
Would that have been the case had it been the DPS that were investigating, given that they were able to investigate officers in a sensitive role? They would have been able to conduct that investigation, wouldn't they, and take proper disciplinary action, even despite the fact that he was in the SDS?
This was my reference to the Chitty thing. It seems to have been done before. And as I said, I'd never even heard of Chitty at that time. I heard of him during this inquiry, in terms of his misconduct. And so, as I say, that was 53 and my view, but we never got to the point of discussing, right, who would deal with it and how, because the decision was taken not to charge him. I keep saying it, I was angry about that at the time, but I realised that I would have made the same decision.
Can we have on screen, please, MPS 0719770? So this is a file note of the 22nd of March 2002. It's behind tab B173. It's authored by you, if we can go to the end of the document. And just to go back to page 1, do you remember drafting this report? I think Colin Black had requested a risk assessment for HN16, and should his wrongdoing be brought to the attention of the DPS or the media. And do you remember?
No, I'd have to read it through, but obviously I wrote it, so...
There was a modification of the exit strategy. We know that the exit strategy was quite an elaborate exit strategy that involved him going across to the west coast of America, involved in film production that had been his cover
Yes.
employment.
And there was a tension between me and, well, Thompson about that. I wanted him off much earlier. And I saw this as just a continuation of the scam, dragging everything out.
And so that was curtailed. And
It was curtailed, but earlier documents showed that I wanted him off by January of 02. But
so
not
certain
today.
elements of it were allowed to run in
Yes.
terms of completing that withdrawal process.
Yes. There wasn't an operation to protect, was my view. So this is a lot of not exaggeration, but unnecessary use of resources and money to counter a threat which wasn't there.
If we go to page 3, please, on this file note, we can see that there had been prolonged and thorough decision-making in relation to the process of withdrawal. And in terms of disciplinary action, sorry, it's page 2. There are different versions of the pages. We can see down at the bottom under disciplinary action, there are 3 options that you present. Formal discipline, arrest and charge, or informal discipline. And over the page, we can see that you've headed up benefits of the preferred option, which is informal discipline. Avoiding public discussion of the entire workings of a secret operation was preferred for the following reasons: secure the safety of MT, maintain the integrity of the entire SDS operation, thus secure the safety of all SDS officers, past and present, and the wider public interest, preserve the ability to provide high-grade intelligence. And that is set against the risks of that preferred option, which would involve neglect of duty, impropriety, lack of supervision, failure to comply with REPA, prejudice to morale, and vulnerability to embarrassment of the MPS.
I'd forgotten this. Did you say that Colin Black asked me to write this?
Yes, it's understood that there was a request from Colin Black for you to carry out a risk assessment in relation to HN16, should his wrongdoing be brought to the attention of the DPS or the media.
Yeah.
And we can see here that the preferred option that's been put forward is informal discipline, set against the risks of all these other things not being considered or highlighted.
Yes.
Was that a product of your own decision making, or was that given all the discussions that you'd been having with Colin Black, 53, and any others that were involved in the process?
No, that reflected, obviously, what Colin Black wanted at the time, and he was chief superintendent and I wasn't. And I must defend him, because I might have been still angry at this time that we were going this route. I might not. I've no idea. But it was my anger that was causing me to prefer a harder disciplinary route. And that anger got the better of me then, and when I was interviewed by Hearn. More so because the inquiry had been announced. But on long reflection, and I know the inquiry does not agree with this course of action, but on long reflection, I would have done exactly what Colin Black did. The easy answer is to say, whoa, no, nothing to do with me, put it up the chain, Colin Black's fault. no matter what I think, I can just get rid of it. Well, I'm not doing that. I'm saying what I preferred, but I'm saying also what I would have actually done if I'd thought about it. And if I'd been in Colin Black's position, I wouldn't have done anything different.
The route that was ultimately taken by Colin Black, and you're right, it was his decision ultimately, in a discussion with you in HN53, it avoided the risks that you set out here. But in that sense, was it also a cover-up as to what was going on in the SDS at that time?
This added to my anger. The peril Thompson put us in, as I think I said yesterday, was a threat to our status, our employment status, our pensions, everything. We would be liable to charge with even more serious offences than him. And this was all part of the anger. And he just didn't even realise what he was doing. He was putting both of us in the position of having to make an impossible decision. So it was not a cover-up in the old sense, we are the guilty parties, let's keep it quiet. We are keeping quiet the whole SDS operation, and you're doing your best to counter that.
When you say we would have been liable to...
Colin Black and I, and 53, everyone involved in it.
In what way?
Neglect
what do you
of
mean
duty, misconduct, misfeasance in a public office, with the criminal offences, failing to prosecute those, even where we're assisting an offender. I'm not trying to tell a lawyer you're asking me, so I'm telling you, but I'm...
But did that play quite a key role in your decision-making at the time? Was it not only protecting the SDS operation, but protecting yourselves from any...
I could protect myself by charging him. And that's the point. That we were
by
going...
charging him, would you have exposed yourself and the other officers involved?
Well, it would have been a lesser cause, wouldn't it? That we wouldn't have dug ourselves in deeper by covering the whole lot up to protect the SDS. Not you, Thompson, that's the point. And it's not protecting a bunch of conspirators. It's something quite separate from it. And you've pushed us into this situation. We both saw that. I'm speaking now of Colin Black. Colin Black could see it clearer than I. I knew this was how I would react in any other case where I wasn't angry. So I repeat, I don't have any argument with the course of action there. I do have a bit of an argument with what actually happened to Thompson.
So as a result of this, you're saying that the punishment wasn't as stringent as it might have been?
No, but I wasn't party to that, nor was I party to what happened to Thompson in the 10 years after on A Squad. I'd gone to the head of A Squad and said, you can't possibly have him doing this job, giving him a credit card, a gun and a car. And
because that's what he went on to do afterwards, wasn't it?
Yes.
As a protection officer.
Yes. There is a published photograph of him in, I think, is it 2010, coming out in front of Tony Blair.
And when you say Colin Black could see the risks and the benefits to this course of action clearer than you, what was it that Colin Black was saying to you?
Sorry. There was more clarity in his thinking. I've written this. I didn't need anyone to prompt me to write what the options were and what we should do. His mind was clearer at the time. He wasn't angry as I was. And that was the difference between us.
And why were you particularly angry? Did you see that as something quite personal because you were heading up the SDS at the time?
Yeah, it was Thompson's attitude throughout the whole investigation, where almost a sneering condescension, a failure to cooperate, a failure to allow us to expose quickly what went on, and then get to the point, well, how best can we deal with this? What are our obligations of dealing with this? We didn't get to that point. That's what I'm saying. It was a personal failure on my part. I let anger get the better of me. I developed this loathing of him, and it coloured my judgment. Now, the fact that the inquiry might say it's just as well it did, and you should have gone ahead with your judgment and charged him, is neither here nor there. I'm just explaining why I have apparent change of mind. I could have just let it go up to Colin and just let him make the decision, whatever it was, and I'm clean. But I didn't want to do that, and I don't want to do it, because I would have made the same decision.
We can see that the fourth bullet point under risks reads the failure to comply with REPA.
Yes.
And it's right at the time, isn't it, that you were the REPA controller, not at the time of Operation Lime,
No. Yes.
but just as he came to the end of his operation.
Failing to close it down as quickly as we should have done.
For just about a year from when you first joined as a manager to when he left.
Yes.
And his deployment ceased. So in terms of failure to comply with REPA, how did you see your role in that?
I'm sorry. Could you just elaborate, please?
Was the failure to comply with REPA purely in relation to Operation Lime, or was it in relation to his deployment as a whole,
The whole.
extending right up until the point where it was concluded?
Yes. No, the whole, because we had the benefit of hindsight, 53 and I, which 58 didn't have. And so I've put it down the list because I didn't think it was as significant, or the consequences of the failure were significant, because once we had established that he wasn't complying with RIPA, we took action. We could be criticised for not taking it quick enough, but I don't think we could be described as neglectful. But I put it on the list because, just like the DPS, if they'd come to investigate me and Colin Black and 53, they would have gone through it with a fine-tooth comb, so I tried to do the same, identify every risk I could think of.
So the REPA authorisations would have run after Operation Lime and after Indonesia.
In order to facilitate the extraction.
Yeah, and so to what extent do you say that it was still necessary, proportionate and lawful to retain him in his position post your suspicions about his operation being a sham?
This speaks into what we're talking about yesterday, about the SDS having to squeeze itself into the demands of RIPA, and by that I mean comply with them. And that extension, in truth, was simply to facilitate his extraction. So it was an authorisation to be able to kick him out. But RIPA doesn't allow you to do that. So this is where, I don't like the word flexibility, but our approach to complying with RIPA had to be a bit imaginative.
And is that harking back to this sense that the SDS operated in a grey area and separate from the normal compliance requirements of the rest of the MPS? No,
and I don't like the grey area being applied to us. We were police officers sitting alongside the rest of the police service as I saw it. But on the other side were still the boundaries of the law. And it's just, this bit of the pitch was the muddiest. It was the difficult place to play the game. But we had to do it. we had to comply. And the best you can do in those circumstances is stretch things when you are justifying it, because there is nowhere I can say I want him to be extended so I can boot him out.
When you say you had to go down this route, was there...
Because of the extraction.
Yeah. Was there significant discussion with Colin Black or even Roger Pearce about alternatives, about the more stringent options like DPS investigation of Thompson or criminal prosecution? Were they actually properly discussed between you?
I'm trying to think. I don't recall any. I think the decision was made quite quickly, immediately after the interview with Thompson, when he was confronted with his wrongdoing formally, because 53 and I had been questioning him about it before. But I think that was the key moment, and we went from there. We worked on that basis, that we wouldn't be asking SO1 to come in and conduct an investigation, and for them to then inform DPS.
And how much of that was because of the potential for embarrassment to the MPS? How heavily did that weigh on you?
It's not a personal thing. I don't believe in the old police family guff. But the whole operation was a possible embarrassment right from the beginning, given that the original authorisation document, which I saw, was signed not by a police officer, not by a politician, the Home Secretary, but by the permanent Under Secretary at the Home Office. And given that that authorisation was written on a sheet of A3, half the size of foolscap, it was very obvious from the beginning that you've got to keep this quiet, because we would have a heck of a job justifying this batting of political questions about the police state. And so it was in that context. Once the authority for authorising the continuance of the SDS came down from the Home Office to the Commissioner, then the potential for embarrassment comes with it. Previously we'd had top cover.
What was there a sense that the SDS were operating with political authority? Was that a sense that you had, that this is Home Office authorisation, we don't need judicial oversight or legal oversight?
No, I mean, I looked at the original file when I first went in the SDS, and I just had a wry smile that I thought no Home Secretary has put his name to this. He's asked Sir Philip Allen at the Home Office, who was known for, at the time in '68, for wishing a much more proactive stance by the security and intelligence agencies to get a grip of what appears to be threatening the state. I said yesterday about the French Republic was regarded as 3 days away from collapse. Is it going to happen here? It was a real, it was a palpable fear. But no politician's going to put it to that. But it wasn't. What Sir Philip Allen wrote in authorising us was obviously consistent with what the politicians wanted.
And so that was an ingrained part of the SDS that you took over and ran from 2001?
No, I'm not sure that many people in the SDS would know the story of the authorisation. Plenty in the branch, I mean, yes. In the branch and the SDS. Certainly the current people wouldn't. And certainly people going back maybe 20 years wouldn't be aware of the circumstances and who it was set up in and who authorised it. There was no culture of impunity. Can I just say, just on 2 occasions when I addressed the plenary session, I prefaced my remarks with, and this is for the inquiry, because I feel quite smug now, because for once in my life I'd done something which seemed to predict what was going to happen. So it wasn't a culture of impunity. Twice I said that. This is for the inquiry. In other words, please listen and comply.
And you're talking about when you addressed the plenary to say that no sexual relationships are allowed?
No, I can't remember the exact circumstances of it, but my view was, just when I had my little slot on the national course, I had a PowerPoint slide behind me with the entirely unoriginal aphorism, if it can go wrong, it will. And that was the only slide I used. And this was my attitude in the SDS. This is for the inquiry. In other words, it will eventually come on top. So we must behave in such a manner that we, as best we can account for ourselves.
Just on that point, in addition to addressing the officers in the group meetings, having that foresight that things will go wrong, and also having the suspicions that you did by that point as well.
It wasn't in relation to Thompson. It was in relation to the whole idea of the SDS. It will. It's just a game of musical chairs, and you just hope you're not sitting in the SDS chair when it does come off. But most police officers know that. They have that outlook. It will all crash and burn.
Okay, I have no further questions in relation to Operation Lime. Finally, just on HN16, we understand that he entered his false name on the electoral roll.
Yes.
And that being the name of Kevin Crossland.
Yes.
Were you aware of that at the time? When did you become aware of that?
I was when 53 came across it, yes.
It doesn't appear, and I can bring up MPS 0745 388, which is behind tab B112. At page 2, please. Sorry, I haven't noted the paragraph actually. So it's paragraph 9. Yeah, final sentence. He's entered a false name on the electoral roll. Was that seen as something serious enough that you thought he should be disciplined for?
Yes.
What steps were taken in relation to that?
He wasn't disciplined.
Did you take any steps to ensure that officers under your watch were not entering their names on the electoral roll?
I can't remember. We made a lot of other changes which led to a much more intrusive supervision of them.
We understand from Donna McLean's evidence, who was the deceived woman of HN104 Kylo Saraki.
Yeah.
She gave evidence on the 24th of February of this year, and she said that he did the same thing. He put his name on the electoral roll, his undercover name. Was that a tactic that was used in terms of legend building or backup for your officers?
It would be for his own legitimate false identity and the legitimate false address that he was living at.
So that was a known tactic within the SDS
Yes.
at the time.
Yes.
Were you aware if anybody ever voted in that undercover capacity?
Were there any electoral offences? No, I'm not aware.
And would it have been a concern of yours that, of course, that would have been a breach of the democratic process? And as you say, an electoral
Yes,
offence?
of course it would. And when I say you're back to the trust again, it's not off you go, I trust you. There are many elements in this whole deployment where the essence is of trust. And if it certainly wasn't an elite unit, but an elite unit at least would be characterised by several factors. But one of them is obviously the adoption and maintenance of the highest personal professional standards that the Special Forces spend 18 months testing their people to see if they can be trusted in the most difficult circumstances. We couldn't do that. But if you think you are doing a special job, and I didn't think they were an elite. An elite is the best of the best. I've no idea whether they were. But they were doing an extraordinarily difficult job which would place demands on them and would question their integrity. Can you stand up to it? And obviously, if I give you a Duff driving licence and you get stopped for drink driving, you can give the Duff licence, even though you're not at work. Things like that. Yes, there are all sorts of risk. And of course, my job was the management of risk.
We know that there was psychometric testing in place
Yes.
when you took over.
Yeah.
And we've seen some of the examples of, well, an example of the type of scenario that might be given to recruit
Yes.
in the recruitment process. Was there any thought given to having ongoing training on these key issues like that? What do you do if you stop drink driving? You know, what's the right thing to do in terms of electoral role and sexual relationships? It's not a one-shot opportunity to set your stall out, but an ongoing duty to ensure that these messages are reiterated and that there's an open discussion about that, about tradecraft, not something that's, you know, you've said sat in a garage and not looked at once somebody's out in the field.
Yes. Yes.
What thought did you give
Yes, I
to
take your point.
that requirement?
The wealth of evidence tells me that that is obviously the case, but that was not because of a sin of omission. It's people just plainly weren't listening. Our supervision was not paper-based. It was day-to-day. It was face-to-face as often as we could. It was a repetition of the standards. This one's for the inquiry. But yes, that didn't work either. Face-to-face telling people. So yes, it's one for the future. Sit them down like in a classroom and tell them again face-to-face. And keep doing it. Yes, that is one for the future. I didn't imagine that that would be necessary at the time. People were in no doubt, and I'm using the first person singular a lot because I'm sitting here, but this was how we as an office approach things. That this is, we are under constraints, we are based, people are putting their trust in us, we have to do our best to demonstrate that we are complying with things. Obviously, some people weren't listening.
And I can see your evidence in terms of, you know, setting out what what the standards were in terms of what you needed to comply with. It's the enforcement part of that, I think, that appears to be an omission. Do you accept that?
What appears to be an omission, sorry?
The enforcement of
The
the standard that you've set out.
Yes.
You've told them.
Yes.
It's the inquiring, asking the questions, direct questions, and monitoring or a bit more intrusive supervision that seems to be the omission in the time that you were managing. Do you accept that?
I do accept that. It comes alongside also an acceptance of the difficulty of doing that. So we did introduce more intrusive supervision of the things we could, the physical things. The trust element, I couldn't put anything on that. The sexual misconduct issue was the most difficult to keep a control of. I can look at someone and say, why is he behaving this way? Why does he not make eye contact with me when I discuss whatever? But ultimately, he can just continue to deceive me, and that is entirely unsatisfactory. And it's not good enough to say, oh, just go out, as I say, we trust you. It's the personal adoption of those standards. There was no way of ensuring that the people you had in front of you were like that. And I'm only talking about, again, the two miscreants. I'm not talking about the rest of the group, who seemed to manage to get on quite well with doing as they were expected and doing an extraordinarily good job in very difficult circumstances.
I'd like to ask you about HN81 now. So leaving HN16 for the moment, HN81, we know that his...
Forgive me for interrupting, but before we get on to HN81, can I ask you to reflect and either answer now or later at your choice? The course taken in relation to HN16,
Yes.
informal discipline, nothing formal,
Yes.
had a consequence which you were not aware of at the time, that his ability to deceive two women continued, and
Yes.
they have described the impact
Yes.
which that had on their lives.
Yes.
In the light of that, adding to everything else that you did know at the time,
Yes.
On reflection, do you still share the view of Colin Black that it was better to deal with it informally?
My view was that if we could have dealt with it, I was speaking about the criminal side, sir, that I agreed with that if that came out into the public, then the whole operation would blow up. 53 was of the view, the same view as me, that it should go to disciplinary procedures. And that would involve him at least being thrown out of the branch, if not dismissed from the job. And that was my view, and I think that is still my view. Disentangling those events from the criminal offences might have been difficult. We didn't know how Thompson would react, how he would negotiate with us in terms of, well, if you go down that route, I shall be ensuring that everyone knows about the SDS, and I shall be resisting any in-camera proceedings. So I think overall, I think the two issues were linked. They couldn't be separated, in fact. And that's why I think Colin Black's decision was correct. And had I been Chief Superintendent, I would have done the same.
Yes. HN81.
Well, sir, If I may, I might just clarify something that arose out of your questions. I think in your evidence yesterday, when we were looking at the report by HN53, which was dated the 5th of July 2002, behind tab B133, MPS 0719722, HN53 raised the telephone communications with the two women, Ellie and Lucy, at the time. And I think you accepted in your evidence that then you understood that to be evidence of a sexual relationship.
Yes, yeah.
So at least by July 2002, you were aware of Mr. Thompson's deception of at least two women.
Yes.
So I noticed the time, it's 5 to the normal break time, but given that we're going on to a new officer, is it worth taking a slightly earlier break?
Certainly, that makes perfect sense. We'll break for 15 minutes.
Yes.
Mr. Dell, HN3.
Yes.
I'll ask you some questions about.
Yes.
Sorry. Sorry, bear with me. Yes, of course. Sorry, I've just been prompted. It's actually HN81 we were moving on to. HN81, known as David Hagan, Windmill Tilter was his code name. He was only there until June 2001, so his deployment ceased just as you had entered the SDS as manager. He was targeted initially towards the SWP in Hammersmith, Fulham, and then had this roving brief towards Brixton that we touched upon yesterday.
Yes.
And there he started reporting on principally movement for justice. Can we have on screen, please, MPS 0728 625? It's behind tab B85. And this is your recommendation for commendation,
Yeah.
dated the 2nd of October 2001. Page 3, please. If we can enlarge that. These sorts of recommendations, are they drafted by the officers themselves,
Oh, no.
essentially, or this is something you would have written?
Yes. That is my style anyway.
And in doing so, would you have read his file?
His product file, yes.
Would you have spoken to his former managers, such as Bob Lambert or
No.
DCI Edmondson?
No.
We can see it, paragraph 1, the last sentence says that the response, essentially the response of the MPS to the Macpherson report was informed by his assessments.
Yeah.
So you would have been aware of the Macpherson report
Oh, yeah.
and the response that the MPS had to give to the
Yes.
inquiry.
Yes.
And your sense of the extent to which he fed into that report, or the MPS's response, would you have been aware of the meetings that 81 had with Bob Lambert and Richard Walton, who was in charge of drafting part of that response?
I'm not sure if I knew at the time. I've read the evidence about it subsequently, but I don't know.
So you were at least aware to some extent that the SDS reporting from 81 was feeding into the MPS response to the Macpherson report. We can see part of that in bullet point 3. You've noted that the provision of a perspective to those charged with formulating the MPS position on key strategic issues, that was something he was involved with, and he was thus debriefed thoroughly by the Stephen Lawrence review team as it considered how the MPS might regain the confidence of the black community and how it might assess the potential for disorder by sections of that community and what might be the consequences of sustained political pressure on the MPS from hard left and other groups not well disposed to the police. In terms of the Stephen Lawrence review team and the forward-looking part of that team, did you understand that to be something that was headed up by John Grieve?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And so when you wrote this part of the recommendation for commendation, did you understand that to mean that he'd been in receipt of information from HN81
Oh, yes.
in order to draft that?
Yes.
Or at least strategize about how to approach community relations in that way. The inquiry understands that obviously these were legitimate campaigning issues following the death of Stephen Lawrence.
Yeah.
And was that your personal view
Yes.
of the Stephen Lawrence
Yes,
campaign?
of course, yeah.
in the first bullet point, you've mentioned high-grade preemptive intelligence was provided on a range of local extreme left-wing groups. Well-positioned, and 81 was well-positioned in those groups seeking to exploit campaigns challenging the quality of police. And you refer to the Stephen
Police
Lawrence.
ethnic minority encounters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Particularly deaths in custody and
Yeah.
street interactions. And those looking to foment unrest and violence over issues such as the Stephen Lawrence inquiry. And he provided borough commanders, particularly at Brixton and Tottenham, with daily indications of the political temperature. You've spoken about the political temperature and the value that SDS reporting had in relation to that.
Yeah.
In terms of his closeness to the Stephen Lawrence family campaign and their involvement with the inquiry and the political groups around them, would it be your assessment that that was a well-placed source, an
Yes.
SDS source, or
Yes.
was that becoming too close to a grieving family with legitimate concerns about the way that the police had handled the investigation into the death of their son? And clearly, by this point, you would have known, is it right, that the Stephen Lawrence, the Lawrence family, were not involved in any violent campaign.
Oh, yes.
They weren't seeking unrest
No.
and actually moved away from that.
Yes.
It's a very long-winded way of putting to you your assessment, having read 81's file.
Yeah.
Did you think that his deployment really did qualify for a recommendation, given the type of information that he was reporting on, so close to the Stephen Lawrence family and their campaign and the
Yes.
inquiry?
Yes. It is risk management that, yes, if his deployment were discovered by the Stephen Lawrence family, then yes, that was a risk you have to take account of. But it's like every time you get on a plane, you're in the pilot's hands. The plane could crash, but we don't run our lives like that. And risk management means weighing up the risks, not running away from them, not being like as so often happens in the public sector, having endless committee meetings because you don't want to make a decision. And 58, when he was deploying HN81, would have had those considerations in mind. That yes, this is worth doing, and his product has shown it was. And there was no suggestion of briefing against the Stephen Lawrence family. If I may say, if there's one person who has to apologise to the Stephen Lawrence family, it's Peter Francis. The hares he set running.
We do know that there was reporting on members of the family, don't we? Having read the file, you will see that there's reporting about Neville Lawrence, now Dr. Neville Lawrence,
Yeah.
And his meeting with some of the groups that were supporting the campaign.
Yeah.
And you're aware, are you, that there was reporting about Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence
Breaking,
separating,
yes.
and that was sent up the chain, wasn't it?
Yes.
So, given that there was reporting on a grieving family in that way, putting aside the sense that there's collateral intrusion in SDS reporting, do you accept that there was direct reporting on the family and their campaign during the course of 81's deployment?
Yes, but it wasn't as it was information which was coming to light. They weren't directed to go and find out that information. They were reporting pattern of life information to paint the picture as vividly as possible for the people who would have read this. And that is the only intention. There can be nothing possibly nefarious about reporting that the Lawrences
had split up. You might say, and there is an argument to be said, that it shouldn't have been reported for the sensitivity reasons you've given. But there's nothing nefarious about it. And so if we're questioning, and I didn't deploy him, but if we are questioning his deployment, what was the intention behind it is surely the issue. Where the, I don't like the word collateral damage, but were the side effects of it, did they outweigh the benefits of the deployment? And that is the decision you have to make. Otherwise, you answer the question from the Commissioner, what have you found out, with the answer, well, nothing. We were a bit timid and we didn't want to try and get the answers to your questions.
In terms of the reporting on the family, would you accept that there was no policing value in relation to that?
There's no policing value because you're not talking about public order intelligence, but it is painting a vivid picture of pattern of life. It's not spurious tittle-tattle which amuses the people in the SDS office. It's just everything about the situation.
In terms
to
of
then pick on ingredients of that mosaic for criticism is easy. But I think they have to be seen in context.
In terms of policing value of HN81's reporting, we know that he was involved with Movement for Justice, which was on the peripheries around the Stephen Lawrence campaign. Did you have a sense that his reporting actually led to, gave value to the public order policing around the campaign? What value was it that actually his reporting gave to policing objectives?
Yes, 3 questions I mentioned yesterday. What's happening? What has happened? What's going to happen? And a borough commander will be more satisfied with an SB assessment which says, don't worry, that you don't need to police this heavily, there's going to be no trouble. And it's not that he is charged with coming up with the gems which forestall violent action. It's he's able to paint a picture for the borough commander.
Did you have the sense, you were on C Squad, were you, around
yeah.
this time? Did you have the sense in C Squad that actually matters relating to the Stephen Lawrence campaign and the inquiry were not serious concerns for public order, given the way the family were dealing with the campaign itself? We know, and we've seen footage in the inquiry about both Doreen Lawrence and Neville Lawrence ensuring that people involved in the campaign, people around them, were not violent, were not disorderly.
That's exactly it. And if we can just change the prism through which we're looking at this, that C Squad is sitting there thinking about all these violent lefties who are going to disrupt them. No, we want to paint the picture. We're quite pleased nothing is going to happen here. And an undercover officer hasn't failed if he doesn't turn up evidence of violent disorder. The negative is as valuable as the positive report.
In terms of the negative, would you say that HN81's deployment would have established that fairly early on, and his retention in that role probably went beyond what was necessary and proportionate for the purposes of public order intelligence?
Well, again, it's not just public order intelligence. We're talking about trying to build community cohesion. We're trying to repair, we're speaking about it, trying to repair police-black community relations. We're not going to just go in there, have a quick look and come out. We want to be able to answer the question. No, the temperature is as reported last week. Things are calm. The campaign is running itself. It's quite capable of looking after itself. And any attempt to frustrate its intentions we'll get nowhere. And then I'm asked that the next week, is it still the case? And I say, oh, I don't know. We've cleared off. The deployments would continue as long as the issue was extant.
In terms of bullet point 2, there's reference to the Home Secretary's appreciation of the quality of public order operation mounted in June 1998, communicated to the ACSO, and that rests on H1's file.
Yes.
Was that something that you paid heed to? But I don't think we haven't been able to find a copy of that on his file. But was that something that you that would have had a big impact on you in terms of the recommendation for commendation, or was it a matter of everybody who's served on the SDS gets a commendation?
No, I think such appreciations of gratitude were not every day, and to have the Home Secretary saying it, I mean, some people have had the impression that we were always speaking to politicians and the Home Secretary. No, that was quite a rarity, and for the Home Secretary to actually send out a little note was unusual.
I refer to the meeting between Bob Lambert, Richard Walton and HN81, which we know took place in August 1998 at Robert Lambert's house. MPS 0728 625 behind tab B85. Oh, sorry, page 12 of the document that we're in. This is the reference to the meeting on the 14th of August. Windmill Tilter, Richard Walton and the author Bob Lambert had a meeting. Would you have read this document in relation to HN81's feeding into the Lawrence inquiry? Is that what
Probably
formed part of that recommendation?
I am aware of the circumstances, yeah.
We've heard Peter Francis's evidence about his view that should have been reported to the inquiry chairman, Macpherson. What view did you take on the propriety of this sort of meeting?
I didn't consider such a course of action, or I wasn't even in place at the time of the Macpherson thing. Plainly didn't consider it, and I wouldn't have considered it.
Did that have any bearing when you were looking at reviewing the file and looking at recommending him for a commendation? Did you have any thought about the propriety of this sort of meeting?
In terms of should it have been referred to the Macpherson or not?
No, sorry, I didn't put the question well at all. In terms of your understanding of the conduct of 81 during the course of his deployment and the purpose for his deployment.
Yes. And
feeding into the Stephen Lawrence inquiry review team and their response to the report from Macpherson.
Well, you're asking me as an observer some years after to give his personal opinion. It's comment on a tactical detail, which I don't have the whole MPS strategic vision of their response to Macpherson. I'm very familiar with Macpherson and the events, but I don't know what their strategic positioning was, and whether such a submission to the Macpherson would have been useful. Off the top of your head, you can say, oh yeah, that would have been good. And well, I don't know. I don't know how it fitted in with the strategic response.
Was it your sense at all, having read his file and read some of these file notes, that HN81's deployment was really an attempt to find out what was going on with a campaign that was of significant interest to the MPS because of reputational damage?
No. Oh, no. I think there was an overall feeling at the time that the MPS is looking as bad as it's ever looked. And anything like that would have been a complete waste of time. Specifically, no, in his case, there was no question that he was tasked with that. I didn't task him, but that's my opinion.
In the sense of undercover officers reporting on justice campaigns,
Yes.
Did your review of HN81 and the understanding of what happened with him at the very outset of your management of the SDS, did that have any bearing on how you then dealt with the later incident of Jean-Charles de Menezes when he was shot and killed by police officers in 2005? And whether any of your any of your undercover officers should be reporting on that campaign?
They weren't reporting on the campaigns, of course. They were reporting on the individuals associated with those campaigns. And that is the only congruence between the two issues. Again, if it's this perspective, this almost not you, obviously, ma'am, but the ideological perspective that we are out to do down justice campaigns. I mean, where I was in the branch, but we were shaking our heads when the details of the investigation of Stephen Lawrence murder came out. I just remember remarking pompously to my wife that it's not necessarily all racism. Don't forget the institutional incompetence. It's easier to adopt a conspiratorial view and say it's agents of the state in a closely coordinated plan to do down the enemies of the state, the left wing. We could never get ourselves to be so efficient if we wanted to.
What about the concept of reporting on campaigns, justice campaigns, and having an undercover officer in the circles around a campaign group like that? We've heard evidence from Doreen Lawrence, the fact that there was an undercover officer outside Hannibal House on the day that the 5 suspects gave their evidence. There was some disorder, a low-level amount of disorder, but the fact that there was an undercover officer in amongst the group that was, thrashing about and being part of that disorder has caused significant upset. Was there a sense, by the time you came to be in charge, and we have the reporting peripherally touching on the Jean-Charles de Menezes campaign and the people that were involved in that, was there any sense that these are not the things that needed to be reported on for policing purposes?
Well, there were things to be reported on. You can understand, anyone can understand the context in which Baroness Lawrence found herself. I mean, we've been over it before, the intense grief she was going through. And she then hears from a source with an agenda, perhaps, that and the police are spying on you, or whatever, in whatever form it was presented to her. And you can understand her reaction. But there's always that danger that others will seek to do harm in those situations and make the police to be the villains. That is another risk. So I accepted the risk, yes.
Can we have on screen, please, 0749490, page 2. This is HN81's reporting on Dwayne Brooks's civil action against the Met Police, dated the 20th of February 2000, and the fact that Movement for Justice were organising a demonstration to take place outside the court when that trial was due to commence. This was in his file when you wrote the recommendation for commendation. Did you have a sense that this sort of reporting on civil actions involving the Met Police was disproportionate, unnecessary, and shouldn't have been happening?
The actual, as I said yesterday, should he be taxed to gather LPP? No. He comes across it inadvertently. The course of action is clear, and as I explained yesterday. Your next question is, was this passed on to the people preparing our response?
We've got the
I don't know.
minute sheet on page 1. You
Yeah.
can see who it's passed to.
Yeah.
Who's bullet point 5? Who's PA?
That just means put away.
Oh. So
Take no further action.
So in terms of that, we can see it in paragraphs 3 and 4 of the report itself, back on page 2. It's referring to the legal proceedings themselves. There's no public order reference there. Did you have any view as to the type of reporting that HN81 was creating when looking through his file?
I'm sorry. Just run that again, sorry, because I was watching the screen come up and then expand and all.
Yes, in paragraphs 3 and 4, we can see that it's referring to the legal proceedings itself. Did you take any view on the propriety of that? And whether, in fact... Sorry, go on.
That is perfectly legitimate reporting, because the officer, under the latest legislation, is compelled to report that to his controller. It's what the controller does with it that matters. And it shouldn't go to the other party in the dispute. It shouldn't be used. It should be put away. It should be quarantined and put away. Now...
What was the purpose in reporting on it in any event? Should it have been something that was fed back to the group? This type of reporting isn't appropriate, we don't need it.
No, the obligation is on the officer if they come across it without being tasked to go looking for it. The obligation is to report it. And this is what the latest legislation says. So coincidentally, people were doing then what the legislation now demands of them. And then the controller must ensure that such legally privileged material is quarantined, not passed to investigators, not passed to parties to a civil litigation, but put away.
So what would be the purpose of reporting on it in the first place?
Because of his obligation to report it. The officer, I go to him 6 months later and say, and I bring this up, and I would say, why did you keep this to yourself? You know that you are obliged to report it. Like the uniform police are obliged to report to SB any encounter they have with a politician, say for drink drive. Doesn't matter whether you want to do it or not, you must report it. Same here. Only this is governed now by legislation 3 or 4 or 5 years old. It wasn't then.
Can we move please to HN77, Jacqueline Anderson? She was reporting until 2004 We know from your evidence yesterday that you thought that the deployment had become defunct, basically.
Yeah.
And in terms of your regular reviewing of proportionality, you decided that this operation should cease.
Yes.
Having a look at MPS 0731950 behind tab B168, at page 3, please. Can increase that.
Oh, yeah.
See, right down at the very bottom of this note, the last bullet point.
This looks like my rough notes, by the way.
Is that what this document
this just
is?
looks like I put them on the word processor.
We can see reference to her feeling let down. Her deployment's coming to the end. But the bottom bullet point note is that her supervisors have gone to extraordinary lengths to keep her operation going. What lengths had you gone to? Is it the DSs or you personally to keep her operation going?
The issue was that she had been initially deployed into a field to establish her legend, but she was still there. That field was of sporadic, episodic interest in public order terms. They were the cyclists who blocked the bridges of the Thames every now and then. They would cause a nuisance and then go home for tea. And that was it. I wanted her to take over from HN3 because I wanted to finish HN3's operation, but there was this residual public order requirement relating to the G8 of 2005 particularly, and I didn't want to start a new officer with a 5-year term, so I wanted Jackie to move over to that and HN3 could go away and to other duties. She didn't want to do that. And an issue here was she got onto her Federation representative and presented it that I was just chucking her off the unit and I was ending her operation early. Well, I could have ended her operation early in compliance with RIPA, but in fact I wanted to extend it by taking over that. So that's what that refers to, extraordinary lengths. I'm not throwing her off. I want to extend her tour.
But this isn't referring to extending her operation in the position she's in now. It's extending it through taking over.
No, well, that's my rough notes.
Okay.
I mean, there is another better document than that. I don't know if you retrieved it, where I summarised the whole thing when it became plain that she was contemplating action against me on the grounds of sexism, because she was the only female officer on the unit.
Well, yes, and you addressed that in paragraph 324G of your witness statement.
Right.
And you say, I don't know whether HN37 alleged that she was being bullied only by me or by others too. She let it be known that she would be considering a sexual discrimination case against me, but she never pursued that.
Yes.
Were you aware of when she was recruited that she'd failed the psychometric test? And I can
Sorry?
Well, I was just going to take you to the document MPS 0723226. So obviously this is before your time. This is back in 1999, page 3. So this is a note about psychological assessments.
Yes, I remember having seen this.
So you would have seen her file?
Well, yes, I've seen this recently, and at some point during my tenure, I became aware she had failed it, and so obviously I was, well, let's see how she carries on then, because she's in place now. Let's see how it goes.
We can see on the top of page 4, that she showed low moral or ethical standards. And the last sentence, excuse me, her answer showed that her low personal standards may cause her to be too flexible in an undercover situation without concern for the consequences for her or the organisation. You've said this morning that the level of trust you need to be able to put into undercover officers who are on such intrusive operations needs to be really high. What did you feel about HN37 being taken on despite this failure of the psychometric test and not having been recommended by the psychologist?
Like anywhere in the police, if a senior officer has me posted to them, they've got to put up with me. And it's just, they might wish someone to be better there, whatever. Well, I'm here, and you get on with it. And that was my attitude there, that she is deployed, and I want to move her across anyway. And that's an entirely different question from what would have been my response to the receipt of this report. And if that's the question you're asking, then it would have been a no-no for me. But it wasn't. She was there. I made do with it sounds a bit callous, but I made do with what I got. That is what everybody does.
If you knew that about HN37, was the conclusion of her scope of the deployment she was on, was that not a reason then to conclude her operation?
Say that again, do what?
If you knew this about HN77, was the kind of the tailing off of her operation not an opportunity then for her to leave the unit?
No,
or were you satisfied that actually she could continue?
No, because I write elsewhere that in actual performance of her duties, there's no criticism of Jackie. And situations hadn't arisen where she could demonstrate these negatives or contradict them. So I wasn't in a position to see if this was an accurate representation of her personality, but nor was I qualified to question it. But it's my job to, she's working as well as she can where she is. There was just not a lot of intelligence to be had. And Ron Gilbertson and I had a campaign of extra strong encouragement of her, because she was getting fed up that nothing was happening. And so when one or two good things did come up, we overpraised her and made sure, as I write elsewhere, there was no criticism of her work.
Was there any substance to her criticism of you and being discriminatory towards her on the basis of sex?
I'm baffled because, I say, the efforts I made to try and get women on the unit, why would I chuck off the only one we'd got?
MPS 0731947 behind tab B182 is a memo concerning a meeting with HN77 regarding the closure of her operation and the issues with her posting. And on page 3, the last paragraph on page 3,
and who's the author of this?
HN199. It might be that they're on your cipher list.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anyway.
I think it's somebody that's just involved with the complaint that she was making about being taken off the unit.
Yes, I know who it is now. Yeah.
And when you were meeting with the person, it's noted that you agreed that the phrase "me Chief Inspector UDC" was not the most appropriate way of speaking to her. And I think that the implication was that if you speak to somebody like that, it's in a bullying fashion.
Yeah.
and you appear to have accepted that that wasn't appropriate.
Wasn't appropriate. It's out of context, of course. It was frustration.
And it does go on to say that, you know, you felt exasperated for her failing to come to the office.
Yes. Yeah, and failing to come to the office, failing to see Ian Palmer, failing to discuss with us. She just wouldn't speak to us. And yes, I made that entirely inappropriate comment out of exasperation. Just do it. Go and see Ian Palmer or whatever it was.
We can see from MPS 0722153 behind tab B179 that there was a request by HN37 to have Bob Lambert in a meeting with her in terms of her leaving the SDS.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm trying to refer you to the correct passage.
Yes. Yeah, okay.
In fact, I think the better reference is probably your witness statement. I'm not too sure I need to take you to a document in relation to this. If you have a recollection of HN77 wanting Bob Lambert to
yes, I do.
Accompany her to a meeting with
yes.
you. Oh, sorry, it's on page 2. Sorry, I thought that was the end of the document because it was signed off. Oh, it's the penultimate paragraph. Thank you. Down at the bottom of the paragraph. So FP, Fever Pitch, her code name, she indicated that she wanted Bob Lambert to accompany her, and that was communicated to you. You weren't in favour of that, and what was the reason for that?
I didn't want any arbitrator. It's just a reminder, this is the police service, and ultimately, when I say please do this, you do it. This was an order, this was an order given to an officer not under incredible pressure, not under any pressure at all, under very comfortable working circumstances. So it came down to it in the end. And when we then come to discuss what is my, in effect, offer of a job to you, but you are presenting it as me throwing you off, I don't want somebody else to decide who is in the right. I'm running the SDS. Those are the terms of it. Take my job offer or finish your deployment.
Did you know Bob Lambert at that time?
I knew Bob very well. Bob and I worked on C Squad.
And did you recognise that he was an officer that the UCOs would go to if they needed any assistance with anything? Was he seen as a bit of a fixer?
I don't know about that. I knew he had a high reputation. When I'd worked with him on C Squad, I saw the different Bob Lambert to what's been revealed by the inquiry. Notwithstanding his SDS conduct, his conduct outside of the SDS was of a thoroughly conscientious, enthusiastic, hard-working, likeable person. And that contrasts sharply with, of course, with his alter ego on the SDS. At the time I knew him, he was excellent, and I was very pleased because at the time I was trying to bump up the area liaison to have people who were good rather than people who were forced to do it, sort of thing. And in the 3 people I had on his particular area, I was delighted.
Was there any reason that you wouldn't have Bob Lambert? I mean, you've spoken about not having an adjudicator in the room. Any reason why Bob Lambert specifically you didn't want involved with that meeting?
On reflection, I suppose there was the added thing. I didn't want it to be seen that Bob Lambert was running this discussion. And that's obviously why Jackie wanted Bob there. It's obviously Mike Dell doesn't understand what I'm going through and this, that and the other. He's not been a UCO and etc., etc. And I was having none of that. But I didn't want any arbitrator at all. And then I relented and said, right, you can have your mentor. And the mentor came along to a meeting at West. And he was bemused when she walked out of that meeting as to what exactly the issue was. You're offering her a job, she doesn't want it, so you were saying, well, then your current job finishes. He was bemused as to what her beef was.
If we can move on to HN60 Dave Evans, please.
Yes.
He was recruited by Lambert and was in the back office between January and May 1998. He deployed in May 98, so before your time, about 3 years before you joined.
Yes.
And his operation ran until December 2005, so a very long operation, about 7.5 years.
Yes.
Were you aware to the extent that he was involved in civil claims against activists, in that he was involved in his undercover role in civil injunctions being taken out against animal rights activists?
No.
Was that
When was this?
If we can have a look, please, at well, can I leave that for a moment, please? Sorry, bear with me one moment. Before we get to that, can I start at the beginning of his deployment? And of course, you weren't there at the time.
No.
But what we understand is that, and this is information that's taken from Helen Steele's evidence that she gave to the inquiry. Her third witness statement, if we can have that on screen, please, UCPI 39908 at page 22. HN3, please. In terms of his involvement in criminality, we know that HN3 was involved in the disarm DICE or DSEI actions. Involvement in criminality was obviously something that you were well aware of and had to manage. And we can see that as the deployments progressed, by this stage, by the time you take over in 2001, there was more of a chance, the evidence that the inquiry has heard, there was more of a chance of people becoming involved in criminality that would lead to arrest because of the types of deployments that they were in.
Yes.
In terms of the extent of authorisations of activity that would lead to criminality and potentially arrest and prosecution, what discussions had you had with HN3 about the need for pre-authorisation for any criminality?
Numerous, and in fact HN3 referred to that in his evidence, either on my own or I can see myself and Ron Gilbertson speaking to him. And in general strategic terms, saying to him, you're getting too close, Jay, and you are actually providing the activists with cover, because there are no circumstances in which we can prosecute anyone if you're involved in it. So he has acknowledged that. He was such a keen, enthusiastic officer that we had to keep pulling back on the reins and saying, literally at one point, look, this is a waste of time. You're giving them cover. So can I document those individual instances? No, I can't. But there were a sufficient number, either myself or with Ron, that it's obviously sticks in my mind. And he was aware of the degree of authorisation required anyway. Authorisations are given, of course, with intent. Right, we know this is happening. Is it acceptable for you to participate, or is it not? We were talking to him about those situations where he'd had discussions with activists and the possibility might arise of something bigger occurring. And we said, look, you just have to pull back. You've got to find an excuse not to be there, whatever.
And by providing cover, you're talking about being a participating informant?
Yes, yeah. We couldn't bring any prosecution against them if a police officer's involved.
Can we have on screen, please, MPS 0036501? So this is a note on HN3 in relation to increased level of criminality, this top paragraph. Increased, and RH is red herring, which was his code name, HN3's code name, relating to the increased level of criminality which is being conducted by some members of the Disarm DICE group.
Yeah.
We can see his name is amongst the people listed below.
Yeah.
And there's reference to various activities. So this is something you're saying he's getting quite close to the involvement in criminality. Was he leading the efforts to be involved in any criminality at all?
No, he was clear about that, and he articulated the fact that he was fully aware about that. He appreciated the risks, and it was due to pure hard work and enthusiasm. And pull back, Jay, pull back.
So I'm going to be coming to a part of the evidence where there's an RRO. And so it may be that the feed will go down now and I can look at that just before the lunch break.
Yes. Can that be confirmed, please, when it has happened? for those not acquainted with our